November 4th. We are going to get started with our Texas Longhorn show. This is the second Longhorn show of the day. Our judge will be judging the quality of these animals. We will get started with our non-haltered categories. So we will bring our animals in a loose fashion, in a group of them, and our judge will judge them from top to bottom. And after each class, we will have a division, and our champions will be selected upon those scoring from our judge. We'll go ahead and introduce our judge for today's contest. Our judge will be Dr. Julie Pack. Dr. Pack began showing Longhorns back in 1996 and breeding Texas Longhorn cattle in 1998. She won her first heifer from the ARC Latex Association calf giveaway program. She began judging cattle professionally in 2001 and has judged Longhorn and miniature Zebu cattle in a dozen states, including Houston's Livestock Show, South Texas State Fair, the Star of Texas Fair, Colorado State Fair, Louisiana State Fair, and numerous affiliate and regional shows. She maintains her small herd on her family's farm in Dublin, Texas, and helps her parents, Jim and Jan Pack. They focus on traditional style cattle with twisty horns. They have recently expanded their herd to include smaller framed and miniature Longhorns. Dr. Pack received a Bachelor's of Science degree from Tarleton State University in Animal Science in 2006, a Master's of Science from Texas A&M University in Reproductive Physiology in 2008, and a Master's of Science from Tarleton State University in Biology in 2010. She received her Doctor of Veterinarian Medicine degree from Texas A&M University back in 2014. She also has a Master's of Public Health in 2022. She is a practicing large animal veterinarian focusing on reproduction in cattle and small ruminants, and participates in community outreach to aid communities and producers with disaster planning and response. A special thanks to this year's judge, Dr. Julie Pack, for coming to judge today's Texas Longhorn Show number 2. So each class will be broken up according to animal's age and sex of animal. We will be selecting them in order. And like we said, we will start with our non-haltered categories, so our females will be up first. We'll be having class 1300. We'll have a total of 8 entries in this class. The Longhorn shows tend to go a little bit longer just because we have to get our animals prepped and ready to go in the back, and we have a whole slew of exhibitors back there, as well as help preparing the animals to bring them up here for our judge Julie Pack to show. So again, give us just a few seconds here and we'll get started with class 1300. These will be females born March through April of 2023. All right, in the ring at this time is now Class 1300. These are females born March through April of 2023. There is 8 entries within this class. We have entry 5617 from Larry Gilliland with a date of birth of March 6th of 2023. We have entry 5610 from Larry Gilliland with a date of birth of March 10th of 2023. We have entry 5636 from Jesse Dewey with a date of birth of March 28th, 2023. We have entry 5620 from Lana Pearson with a date of birth of April 8th, 2023. We have entry 5644, an entry from Travis Casey with a date of birth of April 9th, 2023. We have entry 5619 from Lana Pearson. Date of birth is April 13th of 2023. Entry 5609 from Larry Gilliland with a date of birth of April 14th of 2023. And lastly, we have entry 5645 from Travis Casey with a date of birth of April 16th, 2023. These are female Longhorns. These are considered heifers because they have not had a calf. That is what defines them as a heifer. So this is your first class, Class 1300 of females born March through April of 2023.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for having me out today to look at these cattle. Really interesting class of heifers to start the show out with today. I think there's a little bit of something for everybody in here. For me, the total package heifer, though, is this 5645, this big brindle heifer here. One that, in terms of her color pattern, she's not the biggest and boldest. One that maybe isn't the most feminine heifer in here in terms of that front 1/3, but ever that puts all the pieces together for me. When you view her from the side, she's got a lot of depth. When you view her from behind, she's got a ton of natural muscling, and she carries it way on down there through that stifle, which is what goes ahead and puts her over the number 2 heifer for me, which is going to be the 5617 heifer, this really flashy black and white speckled heifer. One that, again, when you view her from the side, we certainly appreciate her from that depth of body standpoint, a heifer that's carrying a lot of natural power and capacity, maybe one that just doesn't have quite the muscling down through that lower 1/3, certainly one that I'd like to grant. She's a little more feminine and extended up through that front 1/3 than is the heifer ahead of her. From there, for me, it gets a little piecemealy. There's things we like about all of the heifers that we've got left in the class. I went ahead and went with the 5644 heifer next, and they're all starting to run together for me now. I think, yeah, this other brindle heifer here. Again, one that I think in terms of overall pattern follows those 2 heifers that we've got coming out of ahead of her in class, but one that maybe just isn't quite as much. Certainly a nice heifer, and not to take anything away from her, one that I think just needs a little bit more time. Same thing with the 5610 heifer, the mostly white heifer here. I love the horn set on her. She's got black horns. They're pointed back. Certainly a heifer that we like the way she gets around and moves around the ring, one that maybe just isn't as big and bold as the heifers ahead of her. For me then, I went ahead and I've got, again, some problem children. I went with this little heifer here next. I don't remember what her number is. I love the horn set on this heifer. They're swept back. She's got a very traditional look about her, and we certainly appreciate that for her. I like the way she gets around and walks out on those feet and legs, but a heifer that just doesn't have the depth and capacity as those heifers ahead of her. Then we get into a couple of heifers that are certainly, they have the frame. We've got these 2 little heifers over here that look like they're 2 peas out of a pod. 2 big, growthy, scaly, framey heifers. They're long, they're lanky, they've got a lot of leg to them, they've got a lot of length of spine. I think they're maybe at an awkward stage today compared to the heifers ahead of them. They haven't quite deepened up. They maybe be one a little more waisty through that underline, just don't have quite the natural muscling. But 2 heifers that I think with some time on feed and some time to grow, they're going to be spectacular cows. And rounding out the class here with the little black heifer, again, one that I really want to like. I love the lines on this heifer. She's very smooth. She's big and expressive through her top. She's got an interesting horn set for a black heifer, but one that just doesn't have as much as the heifers ahead of her in class today.
Your results from class 1300: in 8th place, entry 5609 from Larry Gilliland. 7th place, entry 5620 from Lana Pearson. 6th place, entry 5619 from Lana Pearson. 5th place, entry 5636 from Jesse Dewey. 4th place, entry 5610 from Larry Gilliland. 3rd place, entry 5644 from Travis Casey. 2nd place, entry 5617 from Larry Gilliland. And your class winner is entry 5645 from Travis Casey. And the ring at this time is class 1301. We have a single entry in this class. This is class entry 5613 with a date of birth of January 13th of 2023.
Nice single entry heifer here. one that, again, has a lot of things we like about her. When you look at her, I love the hip this heifer has on her. She's really correct in that set from that hooks to pins. When she stands up, she sets down on a good rear leg. She's nice and clean and extended and feminine. Heifer that if we could change anything about her, maybe like to balance her up a little bit. If we just cut her in half, I'd maybe like to deepen that back half just a little bit more to kind of make her match up with that front half. But certainly not to take anything away from a red heifer. I got plenty of solid red cows, and they make fantastic females. But if we wanted to get real nitpicky, maybe we could splash some paint on her, but that really is nitpicking on a very nice single entry heifer today.
Your results from Class 1301. In first place is entry 5613. That is from Toby Johnson. At this time, we will now bring back our first and seconds from Class 1301 and 1300 to select your champion and reserve champion junior non-haltered females.
We've got our two kind of plainer colored heifers in contention here for junior champion. And again, two heifers that we talked about, one heifer that came out of a class with a little more competition and one heifer that could have certainly stood a lot tougher competition out of the older class. But for me today, I'm going to go ahead and use the younger kind of brindle-sided heifer, one that she's just really hard to get around in terms of she just kind of yells brood cow at you in addition to just being a yeller. But certainly a heifer that we appreciate, and we think she's going to turn into a fantastic brood cow for the breeder. That brings in contention here our black and white speckled heifer. When we compare her in type and kind to our junior champion, and then also compare our other remaining first place winner to our junior champion, I think it's just really hard to split this younger pair up here. In terms of overall type and kind, your 56-17, the black and white heifer, will be your reserve champion.
Your champion junior non-haltered female comes from the first class of 1300. That is entry 5645 from Travis Casey. Your reserve champion junior non-haltered female also comes from that same class. That is entry 5617 from Larry Gilliland. Once we reset the ring and remove the animals inside the ring, we will get started with our next class. The next class would be Class 1304. Those would be females born September through December of 2022. In the ring at this time is now Class 1304. These are females born September through December of 2022. We have two entries in this class. Entry 5646 with a date of birth of September 2nd, 2022, and entry 5618 with a date of birth of September 15th, 2022. These are the 2 entries which complete Class 1304.
As we move into our senior division here, starting out with this class of yearlings, I'm going to go ahead and use this kind of dilute brindle heifer here to win the class. When you view them on the profile, she's just deeper when you get down through that heart, when you get down through that flank, when you get behind her, she's got a good springer rib. Heifer that's got some natural muscling, but she's also got a decent amount of horn for a heifer her age. One that if we'd like to do anything with her, like to clean her up through that front 1/3, maybe straighten her out a little bit through that tail set, but certainly a nice overall package female. Really nice feminine female, and I like a lot of things. I like the shoulder on this heifer. She ties in really well up through that front 1/3. I'd like to see that front shoulder and neck on the heifer that we have leading out the class. But at the same time, a heifer that just doesn't want to be quite as true off of those hind legs. She wants to get a little bit steep off of those pasterns, but one that I think certainly does have a bright future ahead of her as a brood cow.
Your results from Class 1304: in second place, entry 5646, that's from Travis Casey. In first place, entry 5618, that is from Curtis Abel. We will get our ring reset, and we'll get ready for Class 1305. These are going to be females born May through August of 2022. This class will consist of a total of 5. And when they get into the ring, we will introduce them with their date of births. In the ring at this time is now Class 1305. We have the 5 entries. Entry 5648 with a date of birth of May 4th, 2022. Entry 5647 with a date of birth of May 10th, 2022. Entry 5499 with the date of birth of July 8th, 2022. Entry 5632 with a date of birth of July 28th, 2022. And lastly, entry 5614 with a date of birth of August 9th, 2022. These are the 5 entries in Class 1305. These are females born May through August of 2022.
There's a lot of quality in this class, and I think there's certainly something for everybody in here, depending on what you're looking for and what your goals in your breeding program are. For me, when I'm looking at not only the traditional characteristics that we're looking for in Longhorns, but when we start looking at some of those modern production traits, the heifer that ties it all together is going to be this 5647. She's the kind of dark heifer there, kind of looking out, the one that everybody just left over there by herself. She's going to win the class today, I think, fairly handily. She's a big, framey, growthy cow, but when you view her on the profile, she's very balanced. She's clean and extended. She's very feminine up through that front 1/3. Really appreciate the horn growth that she's got on her for her age, and certainly being black horned. And then also she's got that super attractive color pattern. For me, it got real close in then second and third place. I went ahead and went with this 5648, which is going to be this kind of solid brindle. She's not real flashy, and she doesn't really catch your eye when she walks in the ring. But in terms of the things that we like about the first place heifer, we really like about this heifer. She's balanced, she's clean, and she's smooth. When you get her out on the move, we certainly appreciate the tip to tip. She's very feminine up through that front 1/3. Heifer that maybe just isn't quite as true out through that loin and doesn't quite balance up as well as our first place heifer does, which is why she stands in second. Third is the big production heifer in the class, this 32 heifer here that's trying to exit stage left. One that I really liked her when she walked in the ring. I like a lot of things about this heifer. She's big and bold and expressive in terms of her muscle pattern. She's very deep in her barrel. A heifer that just doesn't have quite the strength when you get her down, when you're looking at the balance. She doesn't have quite that depth of flanks. She just doesn't balance up. She's not quite as feminine. Not that she's bad in any of those areas. She's just not as quite as the two heifers that have ahead of her in class today. The two heifers that we have rounding out here in the class, again, things that we certainly like about both of them. I'm going to go ahead and use the kind of black and white spotted heifer next. One that, again, is a big, framey, growthy heifer, but she doesn't carry that depth. She doesn't have that capacity, and just doesn't have the horn length to compete with the heifers ahead of her. The little dun heifer that we have rounding out the class, I think, is definitely the sleeper heifer in the class. She's very traditional. I love the horn growth that she's got on her. She's very feminine. She's very refined, and we certainly like that about her. I like the way her hip is structured. Heifer that maybe just hadn't been on feed as long, maybe a heifer that's showing up here today in pasture condition, just doesn't have the growth as the heifers ahead of her in class today.
Results from class 1305. In fifth place, entry 5614 from Toby Johnson. Fourth place, entry 5499 from Matt Martins. Third place, entry 5632 from Raina Caulfield. Second place goes to 5648. That's from Travis Casey. And your class winner is entry 5647. That is from Travis Casey. Up next, we will bring in class 1306. These are going to be females born January through April of 2022. We will have a total of 7 entries in this class. In the ring, we have the 7 entries. Entries 5630, date of birth February 25th, 2022. Entry 5621, date of birth March 22nd of 2022. Entry 5650 with a date of birth of April 2nd, 2022. Entry 5500 with a date of birth of April 8th, 2022. Entry 5650, date of birth April 13th, 2022. Entry 5622 with a date of birth of April 17th, 2022. And lastly, entry 5631 with a date of birth of April 29th, 2022. These are the 7 animals that make up your class 1306 of females born January through April of 2022.
right, as we move into just a little bit older class of heifers here, heifers that we're thinking about go ahead and getting bred. Some of these heifers may already be bred, and they're thinking about go ahead and going on into the cow herd sometime next year. So with that said, they've got a little bit more maturity on them. We've got a little bit better idea kind of how they're going to settle out. I'm going to go ahead and start the class with this heifer, far heifer over here. She's brand 202, number 5649. A heifer that doesn't really, I'm going to say, excel the class. She's not the biggest heifer, she's not the biggest horned heifer, but she's the most correct heifer. When you view her on the profile, I really like the way she balances up. She's clean and feminine. She certainly has enough horn to suit me. She's got plenty of flash. A heifer that when you get behind her, she carries that muscling and the depth down. She gets around on a good set of legs. A heifer that, again, I think is the package heifer in the class. Then we're going to go with who's definitely the horned heifer in the class is going to be this 5650 heifer. One that, again, you have to appreciate the head that she's got on her when you view her from the side. Those horns are already starting to roll. I think she's just going to be a fabulous little female. Again, one that maybe just doesn't have the depth of body when you compare her depth to her overall body size that the heifer that wins the class does. But I think a very close placing between these two. Then we're going a little bit something different with the 5631. I think which should be, no, this heifer, this red-headed heifer. Again, this is a big, broody, kind of just stout heifer. You certainly have to appreciate the circumference of bone that she's got on her. A heifer that honestly just gives up a little bit of horn to the two heifers ahead of her. I like all the way, everything about her in terms of a brood cow. She's got the depth, she's got the conformation. When you get behind her, she's got the springer rib. She's just giving a little up in the horn department today. Then we come back here to this 5500 heifer. Would be this black and white, really pretty, attractive color patterned heifer here in the back. One that, again, I like the way she's put together, but a heifer that when you get behind her and you look at her top line, she just doesn't have as much capacity. She doesn't have as much top as the heifers ahead of her in class. Certainly appreciate the color, certainly appreciate the horn on her, but I like her bone structure better than the heifers that are rounding out the class, which brings us to 5622, which will be the other brindle, or the brindle heifer here. One that, again, we certainly appreciate the horn on, but one that just doesn't balance up quite as well when you view her from the side. She's just not quite as deep through that flank. And then the 5621 would be this kind of Parker Brown heifer here. One that I certainly appreciate in terms of that color pattern. She's got that mealy nose. It's a very traditional female. She's very clean and extended. I like the femininity. When you view her from the side, you can see that horn's already starting to twist over a little bit, but a heifer that wants to be just a little bit weak in the loin. She is, however, stronger in the loin than the solid black heifer here that we've got rounding out the class. I really appreciate the horns on this heifer. They're unique. They've got a little bit of a different set, and I think they're going to be really fun to look at in a few years. But a heifer that, in just terms of her conformation, she gives up a little bit to the heifers ahead of her today.
Your results from Class 1306. In 7th place, entry 5630 from Jeff and Jordan Widows. 6th place, entry 5621 from Lana Pearson. 5th place, entry 5622 from Lana Pearson. 4th place, entry 5500 from Matt Martin. 3rd place, entry 5631 from Jeff and Jordan Widows. 2nd place, entry 5650 from Travis Casey. And your class winner is entry 5649. That is also from Travis Casey. At this time, we will now bring in Class 1307. We have 5 females within this class, or supposed to. Maybe we have a scratch. Watch the gate, Kenny. We're supposed to have 5 entries in this class. We have entry 5652. Date of birth is January 29th, 2021. Entry 5615, date of birth is February 22nd, 2021. Entry 5637, date of birth April 13th, 2021. Entry 5651, date of birth is May 21st, 2021. And lastly, entry 5623, date of birth is October 2nd, 2021. These 5 animals in the ring at the moment consist of your class 1307 of females born in 2021. Hey, Eric, remind me not to have Kenny run the gate whenever we're working cattle.
Another really deep class of females here, and we've got them in a range of production. Again, for me, when we're looking out here, I'm out here to pick the total package animal, the one that combines that color, horn, and conformation, that marries those traditional aspects with the modern production aspects and traits that we're looking for. And for me, I think the 5651 heifer, this big, growthy, kind of lateral horned heifer here in the back, I think she wins the class fairly handily. Not only does she have those longhorn traits we're looking for in terms of that tip to tip and that color, but she's certainly got enough body and capacity and broodiness, and she just kind of yells brood cow. Fairly handily, I think, then following her is the 5623 heifer, this one out here with no tag, the kind of dark Parker Brown lineback. Really like the structure on this cow. I like the bone structure. I like the way she gets around the ring. She's super feminine up through that front 1/3. I love the tail set on her. It's very traditional. Heifer that's just given up a little bit in the horn department today. From there, we're going to go ahead and move on to the pair, the 5615. The one thing I don't like about this pair is the way she kind of is structured out through that hip. But when you look at the heifer calf that she's got on the ground beside her, she's corrected that in the heifer calf that she's put on the ground. A cow that, again, she's a little bit plain in terms of her color pattern, but when you really get to studying her, she's nice and deep. She's got a good udder capacity on her. When you look at the job she's doing raising this calf and still being able to keep herself in the shape that she's in, a cow that maybe just doesn't have quite the strength, the top line as the second place heifer, maybe doesn't have quite as much horn as the first place heifer, but certainly a very nice pair. Then we come to the 56-52, which is going to be this other big-horned heifer in the class. Again, one that we certainly appreciate in terms of her horn. They're going to roll out. She's going to be very pretty. A heifer that's just not as balanced. When you view her from the side, she wants to just be a little bit more shallow in that flank. She doesn't want to balance up in terms of front to back, one that wants to be a little heavier in the front end. But again, when we get a calf on the ground and she goes ahead and drops that udder, I think certainly a very nice brood cow. And rounding out the class again, not to take anything away from this heifer, I love the, my niece calls those ballerina horns. And they're a little unique and they're a little different. She's not going to have the tip to tip, but she certainly has the total horn. Another heifer that's clean and extended up through that front 1/3. I like the way she gets around, but a heifer that's just not as correct out through that hip structure. Maybe a heifer that just isn't quite as deep as the heifers ahead of her. Not that there's anything wrong with her, but again, a heifer that just got out horsed in class today.
Your results from class 1307. In 5th place, we have 5637 from Jesse Dewey. 4th place, entry 5652 from Travis Casey. 3rd place, 5615 from Toby Johnson. 2nd place, entry 5623 from Lana Pearson. And your class winner is entry 5651 from Travis Casey. At this time, we will now bring back our first place winners from classes 1304, 1305, 1306, and yes, you guessed it, 1307. We will choose our champion and reserve champion senior non-haltered females.
Well, I know I sound like a broken record when we get out here and we talk about the quality in these cows, but it's really nice to have a smaller show like this where there certainly is a lot of quality top to bottom. There's not anything out here that anybody should have been embarrassed to bring to town at all. I think they're excellent ambassadors and showpieces for our breed. 4 very nice females out here. They had, again, everything we liked about them in their own rights in their classes. But for me, the package female is going to be this oldest female out of our last class. She'll be your senior champion today.
Your champion senior non-haltered female comes from class 1307. That is entry 5651 from Travis Casey. At this time, we will now work into the ring. The 2nd place from class 1307 for consideration for the reserve. We'll be bringing back entry 5623 from class 1307.
For me, for our reserve senior champion today, it's a really close call between the two dark-colored females that we have out here. The two other red females that we've got, certainly nice in their own right, but I think the two dark females rise to the top. For me, what it really comes down to, I think they're similar enough in terms of their overall type and kind, their skeletal structure, their growth pattern. For me, it comes down to horn, and I think this frosty-faced baby heifer has got just a little bit more horn for her day and age. This little frosty-faced heifer here, I don't know what her number is. She'll be your reserve senior champion today. Number 5647.
Your reserve champion senior non-haltered female is entry 5647 from Travis Casey. At this time, we will now bring back in our champion juniors for our judge, Dr. Julie Pack, to select your grand and reserve grand champion females.
In the interest of not getting a person or an animal hurt, we're going to go ahead and let her go back to her house. But the heifer that decided she was done for the day and our little junior heifer here are the ones that are in contention for grand champion today. And even though she's not in here, and not to take anything away from our younger heifer here, the heifer that went ahead and exited of her own volition will be your grand champion today. And then, again, I really like this junior heifer. I think she's got a lot of things going for her, but so does this senior heifer. And so for me, it's a really close call. And again, I think she's got a lot of potential and a lot of promise, but this young lady over here has already shown me what she can do. And so our reserve senior champion here is going to be your reserve grand.
Your grand champion non-haltered female is 5651, who has left the building. That is Travis Casey. Your reserve grand champion non-haltered female is entry 5647. That is also from Travis Casey. Up next into the program would be our mature female division. We will get our pins and animals set for that. We will start with class 1312. These will be females born 2019 through 2020. All of our entries have now entered the ring. In this class is 1312. These are females born 2019 through 2020. We have 5 entries in this class. Entries 5629, date of birth is May 13th, 2019. Entry 5638, date of birth is June 17th, 2019. Entry 5653, date of birth is June 29th of 2019. Entry 5633, date of birth is October 5th, 2019. And finally, entry 5624 with a date of birth of November 7th, 2020. These are the 5 animals that make up Class 1312 of females born in the range of 2019 through 2020.
Shifting gears a little bit and moving into our mature cow classes. Again, I think there's a little bit of something in for everybody out here. But for me, the package cow is going to be this big speckled cow here in the corner. One, again, you certainly have to appreciate her in terms of that color pattern, but when you get past that, she's certainly got adequate horn for her age. It's starting to roll over. She's going to have really nice tip-to-tip. Cow that we appreciate the udder conformation she's got. When you get behind her, she's got some depth, some capacity. She's got some good natural circumference of bone. I think she's the package deal in the class. For me, then, from there it gets a little more piecemealy. There's certainly things I like about the remaining 4 cows that we've got standing out here. But if we're going to talk about package deals, the cows that put together the most things from conformation, color, and horn, it's going to be this swoop horned cow over here. One that, again, she's not as extreme, she's not as big framed, but when you look at her, she's got the balance, she's got the femininity, she's certainly got the horn. And what moved her up, honestly, ahead of the 2 red cows we've got coming out here next is her udder conformation. She's just a little bit more correct in terms of her teats, a little bit more correct in terms of her overall suspension. The 2 big cows that we've got coming out here next, really I think you could flip a coin just depending on what your personal preference is. But for me, I went ahead and went with this 5633, the kind of solid red cow. One that I really liked when she walked in the ring, and then the more I got to looking at her, she kind of falls apart just in terms of nitpicky things. Cow, I'd like to see her a little more correct out through that hip. Maybe I'd like to see her just a little bit more balanced in terms of femininity. But what moves her ahead is certainly this big old bull calf that she's got on her. I really like this calf, and if you can see the cow that can raise a calf like this, obviously the things that I'm less wild about in the cow have all been corrected in the calf, and so she's certainly proved that she can be a producer and that she can pass on her good genes. Follow her up very closely with the 5653, the other big red cow, kind of the same thing. She wants to drop off a little bit in that hip. She doesn't want to be quite as correct, but a cow that's got the growth, she's got the frame, and she's certainly doing a good job raising that calf. Rounding out the class here with a cow that I think really in terms of her structure, she's very nice. I like the hip on this cow better than the 2 cows that we had coming out ahead of her. I certainly like the udder conformation on her. She's got kind of really nice high and tight traditional kind of udder. But again, a cow that just gives up in terms of that overall broodiness and capacity. She just doesn't have as much through that middle 1/3 as do the cows coming out ahead of her in class today.
The results from Class 13-12 of females born in 2019 to 2020. In 5th place, we have entry 5638 from Jesse Dewey. 4th place, entry 5653 from Travis Casey. 3rd place is entry 5633, that is from Raina Caulfield. In 2nd place, entry 5624 from Lana Pearson. And your class winner, entry 5629 from Painted Skull Ranch. We will reset our show ring and get our animals out and into the barn. And then we will bring back into the ring class 13-13. Those will be females born in 2017 and 2018. In the ring now is class 13-13. These are females born 2017 through 2018. We have 5 entries in this class. Entry 5612 with a date of birth of January 20th of 2017. Entry 5673 with a date of birth of March 1st, 2017. Entry 5625 with a date of birth of April 2nd, 2017. Entry 5611 with a date of birth of February 23rd, 2018. And lastly, entry 5655 with a date of birth of September 16th, 2018. These are the 5 entries completing Class 1313.
Each of these females has one attribute that they sort of excel the class in, and so I'd kind of like to just smush them all together and come out on the other end with one really exceptional female. But with that said, again, for me, I'm looking for total package, and so at this age, I'm starting to get real picky on longevity issues, so hip structure and especially udder structure, and then putting that all again in with that total package. So the 5612, this kind of light red cow here with the black and white speckle calf, she's going to be your class winner today. She doesn't excel the class in terms of horn, but I think she again excels the class in terms of putting everything together for me. She's got good enough conformation. I like her hip, I like her udder conformation, and she's certainly doing a really nice job raising that calf. She fairly handily wins the class. And then for me, I think my problem child in here is going to be this 5673, this black and white cow. I really like this cow, and I really would like to place her a little bit higher in the class, but for a cow that's being exhibited with a calf at side, I'd like to see a cow that looks like she's lactating a little bit more. Obviously, that calf, the size it is, she's probably coming on the end of her lactation, and I went ahead and gave her the benefit of the doubt for an udder that's at the end of a lactation. She does have good conformation. She's got nice small teats, but a cow that when you view her just for herself, she's deep, she's long, she's broody, she just screams brood cow at you. Cow that maybe we'd like to see with a little bit more horn if we were going to make her perfect. From there, for me, the cow that if we were just judging the front 1/3, this 5611 cow here is going to win the class all day long. I love the twist on this horns. I love the traditional set that she's got. But in terms of a package deal, once you get back behind that shoulder, she starts to fall off a little bit. I do like her udder conformation at this age, and I think she's got a very nice longevity type udder. A cow that wants to get a little bit deep in that, or a little bit loose in that loin, a cow that's not quite as correct off the hip as the two ahead of her in class, and that's why she placed where she did. Follow her up with the 5625 cow, which should be the big growthy cow over here in the corner. There's a lot of things to like about these last two cows. Did I get those backwards on my paper? There's 56, 25, and 55, and the numbers all look alike. Whoever this cow is, she ought to be the next one. Yeah, 25. A cow that when we appreciate her in terms of her structure and her skeletal balance, she's all there. A cow that maybe we'd like to level her udder out a little bit to move her up a little higher in the class, maybe give her a little bit more in terms of natural muscling. But if you look at the job she's doing, she's putting everything into this great big calf that she's got. And then my real problem child in the class, a cow that I really want to like. This is a big, thick, kind of stocky cow. She's got a lot of those modern production traits that we're looking for. She's got a lot of horn. But again, when we start talking about the same things in terms of balance that we were in our younger heifers, she just doesn't balance up front to back. When you look at her udder conformation, she just doesn't have quite the conformation. She's not doing quite as good a job raising that calf as the cows ahead of her in class today. And with this being a production female class, I just couldn't use her any higher.
Your results from Class 13-13 in 5th place, entry 5655 from Travis Casey. 4th place, entry 5625 from Lana Pearson. 3rd place is entry 5611 from Larry Gilliland. 2nd place is entry 5673, that is from Larry Gilliland. And your class winner, entry 5612, that is from Larry Gilliland. We will reset our ring, and we will work to get Class 13-14 brought to the ring. These will be females born 2016. We have 2 entries in this class. This is Class 13-14 females born in 2016. We have 2 entries. Entry 5626 with a date of birth of March 14th, 2016. And we have entry 5654 with a date of birth of May 21st, 2017. These 2 entries complete your Class 13-14 of females born in 2016.
So we move into our last class of mature cows here today. Two cows that I think, again, in their own right, there's lots of things we like about them. Boy, howdy, if you need to add some frame score to your herd, this cow-calf pair over here is going to do it. Just look at the legs she put on that little bull calf. But again, if we're going to talk in terms of total package, I think the brindle pair here is our total package cow. When you get behind her, she's got good depth and good Springer rib. When you get in front of her, we certainly appreciate the head that she's got on her. When you view her from the side, she's got some balance. She certainly has a good enough udder to suit me today. I think she wins the class fairly handily. Another cow over here, kind of a more traditional scoop-horned kind of cow, and we certainly appreciate that femininity that she's got. I really like the udder on her. It's very level, and for a cow her age, I like the teat size and placement and attachment that she's got. A cow that gives up just a little bit in terms of that overall broodiness, a cow that gives up a little bit in terms of just overall mass to the cow ahead of her today.
Your results from Class 13-14 in second place, entry 5626 from Lana Pearson. And your class winner is entry 5654 from Travis Casey. Up next into the show ring will be Class 13-15. In the ring at this time is now Class 13-15. These are females born 2015 or prior. We have entry 5627 with a date of birth of January 14th, 2012. Entry 5639 with a date of birth of March 1st, 2012. Entry 5628 with a date of birth of February 2nd, 2014. Entry 5616 with a date of birth of March 17th, 2014. And lastly, entry 5656 with a date of birth of April 9th, 2014. These 5 entries complete your Class 13-15.
Apologize for taking a little bit longer on this class, but I wanted to give these old girls a fair shake. So the spread we've got out here, we've got two 2012 models and three 14 models. And again, with that said, there's things we like about all of them. But back to sounding like that broken record, if we're going to talk about total package, so females that put all those things together for us, they've got the balance, they've got the look, they've got the longevity, they've got the feet and legs, they've got the udder structure, they've got the horn, they're showing that they can put a calf on the ground. I'm going to go ahead and start the class with the brindle cow here in the back. She's not the biggest cow, she's not the biggest horned cow, she doesn't have the biggest calf in the ring, but a cow that is the most correct in terms of her overall skeletal structure and balance. You add that to the fantastic tip-to-tip and color she's got. You look at the udder conformation she's got. It's still very high and tight. She's got good conformation to those teats. The udder floor is very level. She fairly handily wins the class. From there, I'm going to go with the 5639, the mostly white cow here with the twisty horns. If I'm going to take a cow home to put in my pasture in my program, it's going to be this cow because I love the twist. But this cow's not as correct out through that hip as the cow that wins the class, and so I couldn't use her any higher today. And then for me, the problem cow. I really like this black and white cow, and I think she's doing a great job for her age, but at the same time, I think she's showing a little bit more age that I'd like to see in a cow that is the age that she is. But with that said, she's still doing a good job raising that calf. Her udder structure and conformation is what goes ahead and moves her up higher in the class. Next is going to be this kind of roan colored cow here. Again, a cow that there's lots of things we like about her. She's in a little better bit condition than the black and white cow ahead of her. One that doesn't have quite as much horn, and when we look at her, maybe she's just not quite as correct through that udder conformation. She wants to be a little close in her teat set. She wants to be a little bit long in those teats, and so I didn't use her any higher today. And then again, a cow that we love that front 1/3 on, and we obviously talked great things about her calf in class today, but a cow that when you look at the back half of this cow, she's got some real structural problems with that udder for me today, and I just couldn't use her any higher in class.
Your results from Class 13-15 and 5th place, entry 56-56 from Travis Casey. 4th place, entry 56-16 from Toby Johnson. 3rd place, entry 56-27 from Lana Pearson. 3rd place, entry 56-39 from Jesse Dewey. And your class winner, entry 56-28 from Lana Pearson. At this time, we will now bring back our first place recipients from Class 13-12, 13-13, 13-14, and 13-15 for our judge, Dr. Julie Pack, to select your Grand and Reserve Grand Champion mature females.
Well, I hope this doesn't come as a surprise to anyone out here. Certainly very nice individuals we've got out here. Some of them came out of a little bit more competition than others in their classes, but certainly 4 females that deserve to be standing out here. There's a lot of quality, and I certainly would like to congratulate both the breeders and the exhibitors for bringing them all the way out here. But for me, if you can be a total package and have twist and have that kind of color, I think you're kind of a shoe-in. And so this dark brindle pair here standing over in the corner, 56, 54, she's going to be your champion today.
Your grand champion mature female comes from class 13-14. That is entry 56-54 from Travis Casey. At this time, we will bring back the second place from class 13-14 for consideration for the reserve grand champion mature female.
So we bring the second place in from that class to round out our champion drive. I don't think she takes anything away being a second place animal out here with these 3 class champions. But for me, again, if we're going to talk about in terms of total package and type and kind and a cow that's doing what she needs to do, she's got those Longhorn traits, but she certainly got the longevity, and that's going to be our cow out of the oldest class here. She's going to be your reserve today.
Your reserve grand champion mature female comes from class 13-15. That is entry 56-28 from Lana Pearson. We will now clear our ring and get set for our junior steers. We will get started with class 13-18. And I believe we're going to combine like we did last time. We will do class 13-18 and 13-19 of our steers. We have a single entry in class 13-18. That is entry 56-57. That one will be a first in its respective class. We will bring in 13-19 to deliberate first and second within that class, and then we will have our judge select your champion and reserve champion junior steers.
So we've got both of our classes of junior steers in here. The little guy here with the red head and neck, he's a single entry in his class, and so he'll be his class winner. And then the two darker steers are in the next class up. And we've got a 2000 or a 2020, a 21, and a 22 in here. So there's quite a bit of an age spread. And we're looking at a lot of the same things. When we start looking at these steers, I like a traditional kind of steer. Certainly we're looking at the color, we're looking at the horn, but I like kind of that old-timey conformation. I like a steer that can get around on a good set of feet and legs, and we certainly like a steer that's got some character and conformation to their horn as they get a little older. Like we said earlier, I like to see some twist. With that being said, it's real hard to get around this big guy here that's going to win our second class of steers here. So he'll win our second class, and then he'll be your junior champion. The two steers that we have standing out here left, again, there's about a year's difference in these two guys, and they change so much at this age. Not to take anything away from our baby steer here, I do like him, and I think he's going to make a great trophy steer, but I like the unusual color here of the guy that comes out at second place in that older class. I think he's going to have that fun, kind of cool swooping horn shape, and so he'll go ahead and be your reserve junior champion steer today.
Your results from Class 13-18 in first place, entry 56-57, that is Jesse Dewey. Your results from Class 13-19 of junior steers. In second place is entry 56-60, that is Toby Johnson. Your class winner of 13-19 is entry 56-01 from Matt Martins. Entry 5601 becomes your champion junior steer from Matt Martins. And your reserve champion junior steer is entry 5660 from Toby Johnson. At this time, we will now clear our ring and get set for our senior category of our steers. We will start with class 1322. We will have two entries in this class of 1322.
Well, if you like a scoopy horn kind of shaped steer, then these are the two steers for you. Both of them real similar in terms of their horn overall shape. About a year's difference in these two. Well, not quite a year's difference in these two steers. And certainly things that we like about both of them. We really appreciate the color on the steer we've got standing over here. I really like the frame size on this guy standing over here. For me, when it comes down to just a little bit of personal preference, I think they're very similar in terms of their overall structure and conformation correctness level. Two steers, again, they've certainly got adequate horn for their age. They've got that lovely old-time scoop to them. I think this steer over here, the red and white steer, is just a little bit more traditional in terms of his overall skeletal shape to his head. He'll go ahead and win your class today, and the brindle steer here will be a close second.
Your results in Class 1322 of senior steers. Second place is entry 5661. That is Toby Johnson. First place in the class is entry 5658 from Jesse Dewey. At this time, we will now bring in our last senior steer class. This is Class 1323. We have a single entry in this class. This is entry 1201 from Lana Pearson. This will be first in its respective class. So our judge will now deliberate between your champion and reserve champion.
We've got one single entry in our oldest steer class here. One's certainly very traditional in terms of that big, heavy fronted steer that we think about and kind of tapering back into that hind end. One that gets around on a good set of feet and legs for a 10-year-old steer, and certainly we like the color on him. Well fed, obviously, well cared for and well loved. He fairly handily wins the class and could have stood a lot more competition. And then we come down to our two steers here. We've got our steer out of our older class and our steer out of our younger class in competition here for our senior champion steer. And again, we like a lot of things about both of them. But for me, in terms of what I want to wake up to in the morning and look out in my pasture while I'm drinking my morning coffee cup, is going to be this guy over here out of our younger class. He'll be your senior champion today. And again, not to take anything away from this guy because I think he's got his day coming. I love the size on this guy here, and he's going to stop traffic just from his size and height alone. I'm going to go ahead and use the older steer here as your reserve senior champion today.
Your champion senior steer is entry 5658 from Jesse Dewey. Your reserve champion is going to be entry 1201 from Lana Pearson. We will now bring back our juniors into the ring, and we will have our judge select your grand and reserve grand champion steers.
So the great thing about being able to keep trophy steers in this breed is there is something for everyone, and since they don't add anything to your value to your herd besides what makes you happy. For me, steers, once you get past, do they have a base level conformation for longevity? Do they have kind of base level Longhorn attributes that we're looking for? Then it all just kind of boils down to, what do I want to get up and look at when I have to get up in the morning, and do I like them well enough that I choose to continue feeding them copious quantities of food for the rest of their life and get nothing out of them except the sheer pleasure of looking at them. And so with that said, looking at these guys is a little bit different than looking at steers and other breeds. For me, it's going to be this little guy here, our senior champion, all day long. He's just fun. I like the way he looks. He's real traditional. He's got that kind of scoopy horn set. He's going to be real fun to look at in another 5 or 6 years, and he'll be your grand champion today. And then for me, honestly, it's really close between our big senior guy here and our little junior champion guy. 2 steers that there's a lot to like about. 2 steers, they're very traditional, but they're very different in their overall look. But for me, I think the younger guy is going to edge out our older guy just a hair. I like his color pattern just a little bit better. I think he, again, is going to be real fun to watch. Not to take anything away from this guy. Again, he's obviously very well loved, and I think he's a fantastic steer, and also the other steers that we had out here today, and I hope that they bring everyone that brought them to the barn today lots of years of pleasure.
Your grand champion Longhorn steer is entry 5658 from Jesse Dewey. Your reserve grand champion steer is your champion junior steer. That is entry 5601 from Matt Martins. We will now switch things back up, and we will get into our haltered categories. So we will get all of our animals back to the barn, and we will begin the haltered portion of our show.
So we've got a couple heifers in this class. Want to be maybe a little fresh, maybe it's a little exciting, their first time to town, lots of new activities and sights and smells, and so they're maybe not showing themselves to their best of their advantage. But 3 very high quality females in this class. I'm going to go ahead and leave them in this order. I'm going to start with the young lady's black heifer here on the end. Heifer that when you really study this heifer in terms of her brood cow potential, she's got a lot of natural muscling and capacity. She's deep, she's got a lot of springer rib. She's extended enough through that front end. I'd maybe like to see her a little bit cleaner through that throat latch, but certainly a really nice total package heifer, and I think she's just going to get better and better for the young lady. Young man's little lineback heifer we have coming out here next, again, follows our first place heifer in terms of overall type and kind. She's that kind of broodier, more modern type of female, one that we certainly appreciate the way that she gets around on her feet and legs, one that if we'd like to change her a little, maybe we'd like to stouten her up in terms of her just overall frame size, maybe we'd like to give her just a titch more horn for this age, but certainly a nice female. Young man's female rounding out the class, I think, is one that maybe is in just kind of a gawky stage right now. This heifer's very long and extended. She's a big framey kind of heifer, but at the same time, when you get behind her, she just doesn't have that springer rib. She wants to get a little bit straighter off those back pasterns, and I think that probably just today, she's in a little bit of a gawky stage, but certainly a heifer that's high enough quality, definitely to hang in there with her. Certainly appreciate the horn that she has on her for today's stay in the game.
Your results from class 1331 in third place, entry 337 from Curtis Abel. Your second place, entry 1223, that is from Bell Longhorns. And your class winner is entry 322 from Bell Longhorns. Your first and seconds within that class became your champion and reserve champion junior haltered females. Up next into the program would be class 1334. These will be females born September through December of 2022 in the haltered category. We will have in this class 2 entries, entry 334 and entry 333. Entry 334 has a date of birth of September 27th, 2022. Entry 333 has a date of birth of November 24th of 2022.
I'm going to go ahead and start the class with the young ladies speckled heifer here. Two heifers are pretty similar in terms of their overall makeup. This heifer's got just a little bit more frame to her, maybe just a titch more extended and just smooth all the way around. A heifer that if I could do anything, I'd like to balance her up in terms of her depth. When we look at the depth from the top of her back to the bottom of her belly and then from her belly to the ground, I'd like to see her a little bit more even in terms of what those two measurements look like. More like the heifer that we've got here standing in second. The young man's heifer, she's a little more balanced when we look at in terms of her depth of body and then from the air that she's got underneath her from her belly to the ground. Two very nice heifers, two very similar, and I think they're going to do great things for the young exhibitors.
Your results from Class 1334. In second place, entry 333 from Curtis Abel. And your class winner is entry 334 from Curtis Abel. Up next into the ring would be Class 1335 of females born May through August of 2022. We have two entries in this class. Entry 335 with a date of birth of May 2nd, 2022. And we have entry 323 with a date of birth of July 12th, 2022. Attention Longhorn exhibitors, your premier exhibitor for the non-halter division. Premier exhibitor is Travis Casey. You are the non-halter premier exhibitor for the second show. Congratulations.
In the interest of saving everyone's sanity, I won't make y'all move. I'm going to go ahead and use the young lady's 335 heifer here to start the class. A heifer that just excels in terms of that depth of body, that broodiness and capacity that she's got. We certainly appreciate the horn set that she's got. A heifer, if I'd like to change anything about her, she wants to get real upright on those rear pasterns. Those dew claws are stacked almost right over the top of her heels. And so we worry about that from a longevity standpoint. But other than that, just a really nice overall packaged female. Young man's female that we have coming out here second, one that we certainly appreciate in terms of her traditional structure. I like the bone structure on this cow that obviously just hasn't been on feed as long as the heifer ahead of her. We certainly appreciate the horn growth and direction. Heifer that I think has a bright future. She just got a little out horsed today.
Your results from Class 1335. In second place, entry 323 from Alana Pearson. And your class winner is entry 335 from Curtis Abel. In the ring at this time is now Class 1336. We have entry 835 with a date of birth of January 12th, 2022. We have entry 108 with a date of birth of January 17th, 2022. We have entry 320 with a date of birth of March 17th of 2022. And lastly, we have entry 327 with a date of birth of April 19th, 2022. These are the 4 exhibitors that make up Class 1336 of females born January through April of 2022.
So we got a little bit of a piecemeal in this class. I think, again, there's something in here for everybody, just depending on what your goals are. I'm going to go ahead and start the class with the young ladies red and white heifer here. A heifer that, honestly, for me at this stage in the game is carrying a little bit more condition than I'd like to see on a female that's about to go into production. When they're putting down a lot of fat in that udder, sometimes it can affect them in the long term. And so personal preference, I'll sacrifice a little bit in the short run for the longevity. But a heifer that we certainly have to appreciate in terms of her natural muscling, the depth of body that she's got. A heifer we'd like to see with a little bit more horn at this stage in the game. And a heifer I'd like to see with just a little bit more slope from hooks to pins. She wants to be a little bit flat across that hip and a little bit too square out of that tail head. But overall, a very nice package heifer, and I think she wins the class fairly handily. Then for me, it gets a little piecemeal between the two heifers that we have left. The young lady's black and white heifer here, obviously the performance heifer in the class, but when I really study her hip structure compared to the heifer that we have here in second, she gives up just a little bit in terms of that hip structure, which is why I went ahead and used the young man's heifer here in second. A heifer, again, we'd like to see a little bit more depth through that flank, a heifer that we'd like to see maybe with just kind of the mass that we've got with the heifers on either side of her, but one from a structural standpoint, all of the underlying structures there, and that's what moves her up in the class. Young lady's heifer we have coming out here third. Again, certainly we appreciate the height that she's got, the frame that she's got. She's got a lot of natural muscling and capacity, but what really does it for me when she gets this heifer set up, the heifer we've got standing in first, she wants to be flat from hooks to pins. This heifer almost wants to be pins high. She also wants to hip the wrong direction. And again, one of the things that we love about the Longhorns is our calving ease. And when we start getting that square hips and we start getting a little pin high, we start losing that calving ease. And that's why I didn't use her any higher today, but certainly a really nice high quality heifer. Young man's heifer we have rounded out here in the class. Unfortunately for her, there's quite a bit of age spread and she just ended up as the young heifer in this class. I love the front end on this heifer. She's clean and extended and feminine. I like the horn. I like the color pattern that she's got on her. She's pretty correct out through that hip. A heifer that just gives up in terms of that overall broodiness and cow power to the heifers above her today.
Your results from Class 1336. Fourth place, entry 327 from Toby Johnson. Third place, entry 108 from Bell Longhorns. Second place, entry 320 from Jesse Dewey. And your class winner is entry 835 from Bell Longhorns. We will reset our ring and we will have up next Class 1337. These will be females born 2021. We will have 4 entries within this class. In the ring at this time is now Class 1337. These are females born in 2021. We have 4 entries. We have entry 332. Date of birth is March 20th, 2021. We have entry 324 with a date of birth of July 8th of 2021. We have entry 321 with a date of birth of November 8th, 2021. And we have entry 1278 with a date of birth of November 25th of 2021. These are the 4 females that make up your class of 1337.
Boy, howdy, I wish we could put the heifer that's standing here in first on the feed program that the heifer in here in second's on. But again, when we really look down and aside from management programs, when the actual conformation and the bone structure and just the underlying quality of this heifer, she brings herself to the top of the class. She's got a lot of those traditional traits that we're looking for. A heifer that, again, I'd like to see her maybe with a little bit more poundage on her, maybe a little bit more show feed if we're going to be showing in a haltered show. But all that being said, a very high quality female, and she sifts herself to the top half of the class fairly handily. Young ladies heifer we have coming out here next, one that we certainly appreciate her in terms of her condition. She's more of an easy fleshing type of cow. We like the natural muscling that she's got. Heifer that when we view her from the side, again, like we talked about in that non-haltered show, if we sort of draw a line down the middle, I wish she balanced up a little better from front to back. I wish she was just a little bit deeper in that back flank to match that depth that she has through that heart girth to move her up any higher today. Young man's heifer we have coming out here next, certainly the horned heifer in the class. If you want color and you want horn, this is the heifer for you, hands down. Nobody's going to argue with you. With that being said, a heifer that wants to be just not quite as true off of her back legs. She doesn't want to track quite as straight as the heifers ahead of her, doesn't have quite as much natural muscling and depth, but certainly a very high quality packaged female, and I think she's got a bright future as a brood cow. Young man's heifer we have rounding out the class, again, one of these problem heifers for me because this heifer does have some broodiness, she does have some capacity, she's a little bit better through some of her structure aspects than the heifers ahead of her, but one that just suffers in terms of balance. And I think this is one of those heifers that once she gets a calf on the ground and once she can kind of balance herself out in terms of being a brood cow, I think she'll move up higher in the class.
Your results from Class 1337. In fourth place, entry 321 from Jesse Dewey. Third place, entry 324 from Lena Pearson. Second place, entry 1278 from Belle Longhorns. And your class winner, entry 332 from Matt Martins. At this time, we will now bring back our class winners from Class 1334, 1335, 1336, as well as 1337 for our judge, Dr. Julie Pack, to select your champion senior haltered female.
Four high-quality females here again that came out of classes with varying levels of competition, but I think they all certainly deserve to be here. I don't think anyone sort of got here by default. They all have plenty enough good things going for them. And as we're looking out here and we're looking at, again, the talk about those things that make a longhorn, the traditional traits married with some of those modern production traits. You know, for me, again, if I could just sort of smush these last two cows together and come out with one calf in the end, for me, that's a champion type animal. And of the four heifers that we have standing out here, the heifer that does it in terms of combining all of those things, the power, the mass, the horn, the traditional conformation, is actually going to be our young ladies calf here out of the first class, the number 334. I think, again, she's just the overall package female in the class. She's got those Longhorn characteristics that we're looking for. She's got that length and extension, the broodiness. When you look at her, she's correct out through her hip. I think she fairly handily wins this senior division today. She'll be your champion.
Your champion senior haltered female is entry 334 from Curtis Abel. Rolling into consideration for the reserve will be the second place from class 1334. That will be bringing in entry 333 from Curtis Abel.
As we complete our drive again and we look at the 4 animals we have left out here for reserve senior champion, again, if we're looking at what's going to follow our champion here in terms of overall type and kind, marrying the traditional with the modern, I think the young ladies lineback heifer here out of the 3rd class is going to fall fairly handily into that reserve champion spot. She'll be your reserve senior today.
Your reserve champion senior haltered female comes from class 1336. That is entry 835 from Bell Longhorns. At this time, we will keep in our seniors in the ring, and we will bring back our junior champions for our judge to select your grand champion and reserve grand champion haltered females.
Again, congratulations to the breeders and the exhibitors of these animals. I think four very nice examples of the Longhorn breed and what we're trying to do out here with our exhibition cattle. With that being said, our two animals that are up here in the front are in contention for Grand Champion, followed by the reserves that came in behind them. For me, again, if we're going to go back to that total package female, I think fairly handily it's going to be this young lady's female out of the senior division. Just a really nice overall animal. She's got the line, she's got the capacity, the broodiness, the femininity, and she marries all that up with the Longhorn traits that we're looking for from a traditional standpoint. She'll be your Grand Champion today. With that being said, we've got the young lady's lineback heifer in contention now against the young man's black and white heifer here. And not to take anything away from this black and white heifer, I like her a lot. I think she's just a little piecemealy right now when we compare her to the older female. I'm going to go ahead and use the older female as our reserve grand today.
Your Grand Champion haltered female is entry 334 from Curtis Abel. Your reserve Grand Champion haltered female is entry 835 from Bell Longhorns. We will clear our ring and we will bring up class 1343. These will be the haltered mature females. There is 2 within this class and only 1 class in the division. So therefore, first and seconds within this class will become your champion and reserve champion haltered mature females. In the ring now is class 1343. We have entry 328 with a date of birth of July 10th of 2010. We have a entry from 325 with a date of birth of May 2nd, 2016. These are the 2 entries in contention for your champion and reserve champion haltered mature females.
Two females we've got out here in contention in class, and then as they're the only entries in the division, they'll also be your division champions in reserve. 2 females, honestly, I'd like to change the shoulders on both these females just a hair. I'd like to change the hips on both of these females just a hair. And most of the stuff in the middle I think is fantastic. 2 females, certainly very nice udder conformation on both of them. Looks like we got a little snitch maybe on one back quarter with this cow's calf. We won't hold that against her. Again, Nothing wrong with either one of these females, but all things being fairly equal, I'm going to go ahead and grant to the older cow here with all the horn and the tip to tip. It's just really hard to get around the traditionalness of that front end, and when you get around and you look at her, she's got that beautiful twist and that tip to tip going. The depth of body that we've got here on our reserve cow is just phenomenal, and I think she's a great cow in her own right. She just gives up a little bit in terms of horn and color today.
Your results from Class 1343: in second place, and your reserve champion haltered mature female is entry 328 from Toby Johnson. In first place, and your champion haltered mature female is entry 325 from Lana Pearson. We will now pull all of our exhibitors back to the stalls, and we will select our bulls and bring our bulls up. We will start with our junior bull category. We'll have Class 1347 of bulls born January through February of 2023. We will have 2 entries in this class. These are the only 2 junior bulls within the show, so therefore first and seconds within Class 1347 will also become your champion and reserve champion junior bulls. In the ring now is Class 1347. These are your junior bulls. These are the only 2 junior bulls in the show. These bulls were born January through February of 2023. We have entry 336 with a date of birth of January 12th, 2023, and entry 329 with a date of birth of January 21st, 2023. Once again, these are your only 2 bulls in the show, so therefore they will become your champion and reserve champion junior bulls.
save these guys a few steps and just let them stand there when they get set up. I'm going to go ahead and start the class with the young man's black and white bull here. A bull that when you view these two from the side and when you view him from the rear, he's just got a little bit more natural muscling. A bull that's got a little bit more testicular circumference at this stage in the game. But one that, if I'd like to change him a little, I'd like to give him a little bit more flex off those rear pasterns. He wants to get a little bit straight through that fetlock. Bull I'd like to see with just a little bit more bone and a little bit more foot underneath him, just to really round him out to balance out the rest of the power that he's got. Young man's bull coming out here second. This is one of those things where sometimes genetics will fool you, and this bull may be a sleeper, but right now today he's just not showing me the overall performance and masculinity as the bull ahead of him in class.
Your champion junior bull is entry 336 from Curtis Abel. Your reserve grand champion is going to be entry 329 from Toby Johnson. At this time, we will now bring in our senior bulls. We have two classes of senior bulls. There is only one in each class, so we will bring in both of those classes, and our judge will select our champion and reserve champion senior bulls out of the two of those classes.
So each one of these bulls would have been a single entry in their age division class, and so we've just brought them both back out here for the champion drive. So if we're going to talk them individually, the young man's bull that comes out of the younger class, a bull that we certainly like him for that front 130. He's got that length and extension. I like the way those horns are set and rocked back. Certainly a very unusual color. Gets around on a good set of feet and legs, and he's pretty balanced from front to back. If we could change anything, this guy's obviously in more of a range condition. For a show bull, maybe we'd like to see him on a little bit more of a performance type feed, just to see what he could really do with the opportunity to just really bloom on some more groceries. But certainly, again, when we talk about him in terms of that just underlying frame, he's certainly got it all there. Young man's bull that comes out of the older class, a bull that we certainly appreciate him for that base circumference. He's got some tip to tip. It's kind of going out at a little bit of a funny angle. He might have some twist and some roll. Bull that's got some frame, and we really like that about him. But when we view him on the profile, he wants to get a little less balanced. He wants to get a little deeper in that heart and not quite as deep in that flank. I'd like to see him balance up a little more from the side profile. Again, two really nice bulls that came out of single entry classes. For me, it comes down to that balance, and I'm going to go ahead and use the young man's dun bull here to be your senior champion out of the younger class, and the young man's red and white bull out of the older class will be your reserve champion.
Your champion senior bull comes from class 1350, that is entry 330 from Toby Johnson. Your reserve champion senior bull comes from class 1352, that is entry 326 from Lana Pearson. At this time, we will keep our senior bulls in the show ring, and we will bring back our junior bull champion and reserve champion, and we will have our judge select your grand champion and reserve grand champion haltered bulls.
So we'll bring our 4 animals in our bull show back in here for our champion drive. We had our all 4 animals. We talked in their respective division drives, but we've got our 2 out here in contention from our junior and our senior divisions. Again, different things we like about the 2 bulls, different things we'd like to change about them. For me, it all comes down to underlying structure, and when I'm looking at a bull, I want a bull that's sound from the ground up, and that's going to be the Young Man's Done bull out of the senior division. He'll be your grand champion today. Lots of things that we like about our reserve division champion there, but in terms of, again, that overall type and kind and balance, the Young Man's Junior Bull here out of our junior division will be our reserve grand champion today.
Your grand champion haltered bull is going to be your champion senior bull. That is entry 330 from Toby Johnson. Your reserve grand champion is your champion junior bull, and that is entry 336 from Curtis Abel. That wraps up our open division of our Longhorn Show number 2. We will now get set in the back for our youth division of our Longhorn Show. Up first will be class number 5 of females. We will have 3 entries in this class. In the ring at this time is our youth division of our Texas Longhorn Show number 2. This is class number 5. These are females born January through February, preceding calendar year of the National Youth Show. We have 3 entries in this class. We have Cody Abel, Mick Velasquez, Emma Velasquez. The date of births on these animals, we have from Cody, January 28th, 2023. From Mick, we have January 27th of 2023, and Emma has a date of birth on her animal of January 26th, 2023. These are your January 2023 babies for class number 5 of females.
Well, I know you guys have had a really long day today, and I think the cattle and the kids and the parents, everybody's kind of ready to get this thing wound up. But appreciate being here to evaluate your livestock today. I'm going to go ahead and start with this brindle calf up front. I think that's, again, one that puts a lot of good things together. I think where she really wins it as far as her structural soundness, when she's on the move, she's got great movement and great foot placement when she moves out of there. That's where she beats, I think, this black and white calf or heifer back here. She just has a little bit extra set to her hocks when she's on the move. I love her balance and her side and her volume that she presents to us today, and I think we'll have a lot of future ahead of her. And we round out the class with this young man's heifer. Again, just weight per day of age. She's just doesn't have the growth, the production that the other two have above her today, but a very, very nice heifer for this young man. Congratulations.
Your results of Class 5 in your youth division of your Longhorn Show. In 3rd place, we have Mick Velasquez. 2nd place is going to be Emma Velasquez. And your class winner is Cody Abel. Set to enter the ring at this time will now be class number 8 of females. These females have been born September through December of the 2nd preceding calendar year of the National Show. We have 2 entries in this class. We will have an entry from Cody Abel with a date of birth of November 24th, 2022. And we will have another entry from Danielle Abel with a date of birth of September 27th, 2022. Also, attention Longhorn exhibitors. We have gotten the tabulations done for your haltered premier exhibitor. Your premier exhibitor for the haltered division is Curtis Abel. Congratulations, Curtis Abel, for being the premier exhibitor in the haltered division.
I'm going to go ahead and start off with this mostly white female back here. I really like her volume, her productions, and what I really, really like about her is she's really got a good reach when she's on the move with those front shoulders and feet. Very, very structurally sound in my mind. I like her angles. I like her strong top line in her. The calf in second place, one that I think beats the first place, is she's a lot cleaner up through that neck. I really like that front 1/3 on her, very feminine about her. She just doesn't have the volume. I'd like to see her travel a little bit more correct off of her rear too, but a nice class of heifers. Good job, kids.
Your results from class number 8 of females. In second place, we have Cody Abel, and your class winner is Danalee Abel. Up next into the show would be class number 9. These are going to be females born May through August. We have a single entry in this class. We have Danalee Abel. The date of birth on this animal would be May 2nd of 2022. in the ring at this time is class number 9. We do have 2 entries in this class. These are females born May through August. We will have an entry from the Martin family. Date of birth on this one is July 12th, 2022. And we also have an entry from Danilee Abel with a date of birth of May 2nd, 2022. These 2 females complete class number 9.
You'll be second, young lady, and you'll be first, okay? There's some good qualities in both of these females. I'm going to use the fleshing ability in productive of this heifer in first place. I really like the angle to her hips as far as breed traits. Clean enough up front in my mind through that brisket and up through the head, and I like the horn set on that one. It's got a lot of rib, very correct as far as moving out on both ends. That's where I think this heifer in second falls into place. I'd like to just stouten her up from the ground up, give her a little bit more extra width at the base when she's on the move. And again, her condition is quite less than the other one, and I think as far as when she gets to be that cow in production, I think she's going to change a lot in her looks from there. But a very, very nice project. Very good job, young lady. Congratulations.
Your results from class number 9. In second place, Hadley Martin. And your class winner is going to be Danilee Abel. We will clear our ring and get set for class number 10. Class number 10 will feature females born January through April. Within this class number 10, we should have entries from Weldon Widows. Date of birth April 29th, 2022. We should have an entry from Paisley Widows. Date of birth April 19th, 2022. We have an entry from Brinley Dewey with a date of birth of March 17th, 2022. We'll have another entry from Mick Velasquez with a date of birth of January 17th, 2022. And we will also have an entry from Emma Velasquez with a date of birth of January 12th, 2022.
very nice class of heifers that these kids have brought out here today. I think there's some give and take in some, and I think in the top 3, I think you can do that. I think you can swap them. Just talking each one of them. This heifer at the bottom of the class, I'm just going to start down here. I just wish this heifer would balance up a little bit better as far as her lines and her angles. She's not as feminine as far as her head and her neck. So I really like the rib shape, her body depth, and I just wish she was a little bit wider at the base and stuff. As we move on up, and I know I'm doing this totally backwards, but this is how I wanted to talk this class. We have 2 here that to me are pretty similar. I'm going to go ahead and use the fleshier, the red heifer over here. I think she just brings more to the table as far as production. I'd like to clean her up through that neck a little bit, but I really like how she's the rib shape and how she gets out and move. I like her angle to her hip a little bit better. And then this calf here, or the heifer here in 4th, I'd like to change that hip structure on that heifer a little bit and make her a little bit wider base, give her a little bit more rib and production as far as her look. The heifer here in 2nd, I really like her color. I think she's really, really long spine. She's got some rib and production to her, a really long hipped heifer. I just like the lines and the balance that we have in the class winner in the black heifer over here. So good job, kids.
Your results from class number 10. In 5th place, we have Weldon Widows. 4th place, we have Paisley Widows. 3rd place is going to be Mick Velasquez. 2nd place will be Brinley Dewey. And your class winner is Emma Velasquez. We will now clear the ring and bring in class number 11. Class number 11 will be females born 3rd preceding calendar year of the National Youth Show. We have on the schedule 2 exhibitors in this class. We will have an entry from Bell Longhorns and Emma Velasquez, and we will have a entry from Brinley Dewey. Once again, entering the ring at this time now is class number 11 of females. This is our last class of females within our youth division. Well, hello to you too. We have in this class Miss Emma Velasquez with a date of birth on her animal of November 25th, 2021. And the last entry, which will be Brinley Dewey with a date of birth of November 8th, 2021. Once again, these are the 2 and last entries within the female division of our youth show.
Again, these young ladies bring in a couple of very nice heifers, and they've each got some very good qualities in their own right. I don't know how I would place them if I had to judge them on their smiles out here, because they both have some beautiful smiles, but we'll talk about that later, right? I'm going to go ahead and start this heifer up front. A lot of flushing ability. I like her angles. I like the angle from her hooks to her pins, and I like the depth of rib that she's got. She's very soft and very productive oriented. Really gets out and moves very freely off of both ends. The heifer that's in second, again, just not much as conditioned, not showing as much production for me today. I do like her angles, and she's pretty sound. I'd like to see her a little bit wider based and a little bit wider from stifle to stifle, but another very high quality female. Good job.
Your results from class number 11. In second place, we have Brinley Dewey, and your class winner is Emma Velasquez. At this time, we will now bring back our first and seconds from our female division, and we will have your champion and reserve champion females selected.
Let's give these kids a big round of applause. I think they brought in some really high quality heifers in here and doing a great job exhibiting them and showing off the Texas Longhorn breed. Again, there's some give and take, and again, it comes down to some personal preferences. It always done. I always hate to be called a judge. I would rather be called an evaluator, because all of us have our opinions and all of us can evaluate the species and we know what we like. So again, if you don't come to the top today, you go on down the road and you'll be at the top another time. So keep working at it, okay? I'm going to go ahead and use this white heifer up front. I think she just puts a lot of good together. She's good through that heart girth. She's got a lot of production. She's very structurally correct when she's on the move. I like her angles. And again, she's very clean up front. I really think she puts a lot of good together for us today. So that will be your champion.
Your champion female within your youth division is going to come from class number 5. That is Dazzling Dixie from Cody Abel. Correction, this is Cami Amy.
We've talked each one of these in their respective classes. I don't think we need to go into a whole lot of detail from there. But again, I think this one follows as far as the breed characteristics and the traits that we're kind of looking for as far as angles and body, and just kind of a more complete package there. So great job, kids.
All right, so we had a mix-up on my announcements. Your champion is going to be Tammy Amy Breeze from Danilee Abel. Your reserve champion is going to be from Emma Velasquez. That is Hot Winnie.
Again, some very high quality individuals out here. I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady's heifer right here for the overall grand. Again, I think just a very, very complete package, putting all the pieces and parts together in the right places in my mind. When it comes down to reserve, again, some more give and take. I really like the pattern of this heifer up front. I wish she was a little bit stronger in her top line, a little bit more production, but I still think she's putting a lot of good to her today. And when we look down the future, I think she's going to be a wonderful brood cow. I think she's going to have a lot of potential for this Shumang. So I'm going to go ahead and stay with this one for the reserve grand champion.
Your grand champion female is Miss Tammy Amy Breeze from Danilee Abel. Your reserve grand champion is going to be Dazzling Dixie from Cody Abel. Up next, we have Class 20. We have bulls. We have 2 entries in this next class. We'll have an entry from Paisley Widows and Cody Abel. These will be bulls born January through February. The entry from Paisley will have a date of birth of January 21st, 2023. And the bull from Cody would have a date of birth of January 12th, 2023.
Going to start off with this black and white spotted bull calf back here. I really like the color pattern. I think this one brings a lot of good to the table. I like the masculinity about his head, his neck. He's got a bigger foot than the one below him and just has a more productive look to him. The one in second, again, just a little bit lighter in condition. We put a few groceries on that one, and that would change the looks of that one a lot. But he's got good angles to his shoulder. I'd like to see him a little bit wider based, a little bit more fleshing. But again, very, very good bull for this young man, and have a lot of future with that bull. So good job.
Your results from Class 20. In second place, we have Grayson Rich. In first place, we have Cody Abel. Up next would be Class 21 of bulls. This is our last class of bulls. This class of bulls will have a date of birth range of September through December. We have a single entry in this class. We will have an entry from Wesley Rich. The date of birth on this bull will be October 23rd, 2022.
We're not going to take any longer than we need to, but you're the class winner here. You know, you bring a really good one out here. I don't find a whole lot of faults on this one. When you get out and move, he's very good on his feet and legs. He's got some testicular development, and I think he's got a strong top line. His angles are good as far as his shoulder and from hooks to pins and stuff. So you got a good one there, young man, so good luck with him.
Your results from Class 21. In first place is actually going to be Weldon Widows. We will now bring back our class winners from 20 and 21 for our judge to select your champion and reserve champion bulls. So in the ring at this time is our champion junior and champion senior bulls. They are in contention for your grand champion bull.
Good trio out here, and we have the first two up here in contention for the grand champion. I would grant this one a little bit cleaner fronted. I like that one, the front 1/3 of that one quite a bit better than this one. A little bit smoother in that shoulder, a little bit cleaner up through that head and neck. But again, I think this one brings a lot of production to the plate. He's long spined. I really like the masculinity about this bull up front and stuff. So today, when I evaluate him as of today, I'm going to go ahead and use the black and white for the grand champion, and you will be the reserve champion. Good job.
Your grand champion bull is also your champion junior bull, and that is going to be the Mediator from Cody Abel. And your reserve champion bull is going to be your champion senior bull. That is Forrest Gump from Weldon Widows. Up next into the program, once we get our ring cleared, we will start into our steers category. We do have 2 classes, but there is only 1 class, or 1 in each class, so there's going to be a combined single class, which will in turn become your grand and reserve grand champion drive for your steers. So from class 26, we will be bringing in the entry from Brindley Dewey, and then we will bring in from class 33, the first place in that class, from Dana Lee Abel. Again, these 2 entries that will enter the ring for the steers will become your champion and reserve champion steers, and it's just a matter of which one wins which honor.
Well, each one of these, of course, we have a big birth date difference here and stuff. So, of course, we got a lot of big differences in here. We got something that's got a lot of horn, a lot of color, and we got a real young one here that's just getting started, and we don't have a whole lot of color. But again, I think as far as their individuals, I really like this calf. I think in time he's going to bring a lot to the table. We'll see what he does in the future and stuff, but this young lady's brought a nice project here. And of course, that one's going to win in its respective class, and this is another class winner here. But if you like one with a lot of color, a lot of horn and stuff, a lot of big foot, man, talk about a productive, meaty animal right here. I really like the ruggedness up front of this one and stuff. So between the two of them, this one will be the grand champion, this will be the reserve. Good job.
Your grand champion steer is going to be Iron Zion from Danilee Abel. Your reserve grand champion is going to be DC Clifford from Brindley Dewey. That will conclude the normal show. We will work into our showmanship portion of our Longhorn show. We will start with Pee Wee showmanship. We will have 2 entries in the Pee Wee showmanship category. In the ring at this time is our Pee Wee division of showmanship. We have 2 entries in our Pee Wee showman. We have Ty Dewey and Wesley Rich.
He's going to tell me his name.
Ty Dewey.
And how old are you?
6.
And what is your calf's name?
Clifford.
Are you having fun? Good job. Okay. What's your name?
Wesley.
And how old are you?
6.
And what is your calf's name?
Running gun.
Are you having fun?
Yes.
All right. Okay. Well, I don't mind evaluating cattle, but it's very, very tough to come out here and evaluate kids because I think every single one of them, each one of you are unique. Each one of you brings something special to the arena out here, and I really appreciate you bringing your livestock and exhibiting for us out here, okay? For me today, I'm going to go ahead and use this young man right here. He's had the biggest smile. He's had great eye contact. I really like the eye contact. And if I could change yours just a little bit, I would just have you, especially on the move, try to give me a little bit more eye contact while you're out here and stuff. But that will come with time. You've got some great calves that you're working with, and you've done a great job. One thing that I will say, I think Mom and Dad, you back there always tell you kids when you walk in the ring, smile big. And I appreciate smiles, but I would rather see you have a little bit more intensity and have a show ring presence that has a pleasant look on your face. So you don't need to show me your teeth all the time because that's not natural to any of us when we're smiling, right? So just look pleasant when you're coming out here, enjoy yourself, but show me some intensity. So hopefully you kids in the back have heard that, and maybe you can improve on that just a little bit. Great job, kiddos.
The results from the Pee Wee Showmanship. Your reserve champion Pee Wee Showman is Wesley Rich. Your grand champion Pee Wee Showman is Ty Dewey. Up next would be our junior showman. We will bring in our 5 showmen that are going to be in this category. We will have an entry from Brindley Dewey, Mick Velasquez, Hadley Martins, Paisley Widows, and Grayson Rich. These are the 5 junior showmen in contention for your champion and reserve champion junior showman.
What do you think, audience? Do we got some good showmen out here? Yeah. Well, we have a few of them out here that these are not their calves and stuff, so of course they couldn't tell me as much about their project as some of the other kids and stuff. So of course I'm not going to use that as a placing factor out here. We're just going to use their ability to use their show stick to exhibit that animal to the best of their ability. And I think we have two here that come to the top pretty handily. And again, you know, when we get out here, it takes two to tango. And sometimes our dancing partner just doesn't cooperate quite as well as we would like. And so that's going to kind of separate a few of these out. I'm going to go ahead and use this young man right here as far as the champion. I'll tell you what, I could put this young man on a microphone and he would be able to tell you everything about this project without you even asking him. And I really appreciate the knowledge that you have with that. But you had a great dancing partner today. You've done a great job. The only critique that I would kind of have is maybe if you can keep that head up just a little bit whenever you're on the side profile, and it'll show that heifer off just a little bit better for you. But an excellent, excellent job, young men. I'm going to follow with this young lady over here. Again, her heifer didn't cooperate quite as well, but you did an awesome job as far as keeping that head up. That's one thing that I really liked, how you done that. The ability to use your show stick and maneuver around the ring. You did an awesome job, and your heifer worked very, very well with you today, okay? We get down to third place, and again, we just didn't have quite the cooperation and stuff, but another young lady that knew quite a bit about her project and stuff, and she done a great job as far as leading around the ring. I can tell we just have a little bit less experience down here, and that's going to come with time, and I encourage you young people to keep it up, keep working hard, and keep learning about ag and the Longhorn breed, and you're going to make some great future ag producers. So thank you, kids, for coming in here.
Your results from your junior Longhorn showmanship: in 5th place, Grayson Rich. 4th place, Hadley Martins. 3rd place, Paisley Widows. Your reserve champion junior showman is Brinley Dewey, and your champion junior showman is Mick Velasquez. Once we get our show ring cleared out here, we will bring in our intermediate showman. We have 3 entries in this next class of showmanship. We will have entries from Danilee Abel, Emma Grace Velasquez, and Weldon Widows. These are the 3 exhibitors in your intermediate class of Longhorn showman. Also in the intermediates, we have Tucker Martins.
Well, everybody's getting just a little bit cranky and tired out here, so I'm not going to make you move around the ring a whole lot more. We'll just go ahead and place and talk. I think there's two that rise to the top here. They've got the show ring present. I know they've got probably a little bit more experience than the two gentlemen down here. But I think as far as those dancing partners, again, I'm going to go ahead and use this young lady to win grand champion here in this division. She's very, very knowledgeable. Both of these young ladies are very knowledgeable about their projects. You could probably talk to them all day long about them. They know what they like and what they dislike about their projects. And I think that's very important, and that helps that showman be able to show those qualities that are good and try to show out those qualities that are bad. So kudos to both of you for that. I like your show ring presence. Both of you do an excellent job with that as far as the lead and everything else. You'll be my reserve champion down here, all right? As we get into the young gentlemen down here, you both are doing an awesome job, and I encourage you to keep working at it again. Again, I'm going to go ahead and use you in third place just because your heifer's working a little bit better for you, and that's not making you fight the head and all of that. Young gentlemen, kudos to you. That calf's just not wanting to work for you today, but you're doing a great job, so keep working hard, okay? Good job.
Your results from your intermediate showmanship: in fourth place, Tucker Martins. Third place is Weldon Widows. Your reserve champion intermediate showman is Danilee Abel. And your grand champion intermediate showman is Emma Grace Velasquez. Up next, we will have our teen class of showmen. We do have a single entry within our teen category. We will have Cody Abel report to the ring, and we will select your champion.
Well, I understand this is the last class, so maybe we save the best for last. Young man, I wish we would have put you in the last class just so you'd have had some competition out here, because you do a great job. If I could make any recommendations to you, it would just to be have a little bit more eye contact when especially when you're on the move. You're doing a great job when you're on the profile and on the stand, but just have a little bit more ring presence and eye contact with the judge. But you're doing a very good job, and congratulations.
Your champion teen showman is Mr. Cody Abel. Once again, if we could have all of our youth exhibitors please report to the show ring, we do have some additional awards to give out.